You good? Good evening. The meeting will come to order, and I want to welcome you. The meeting will come to order. Thank you so much. Glad you're here. Welcome. And I just want to say first, what you're looking at are a bunch of people ready to go on vacation. As you can see, we're dressed differently tonight. So some people have Hawaiian shirts on, some don't. I guess those who don't will stay back and run to town while others travel to Hawaii.
Shorts.
Get there. Shorts also. Yeah. So thank you for being here. I also want to recognize a special guest who's here tonight, Evelyn Wright, all the way from the town of Wake Forest. She's a town clerk there, and she's shadowing our amazing town clerk, Alan Coleman. So if you give her a round of applause for the work that she does. I also want to recognize someone who's here tonight who's just celebrated 20 years in business. We're really serious about economic development and want to celebrate those moments. So 621 Productions, Jack Otepka is here. Congratulations on 20 years in business. Okay, with that, if you would please join me in a moment of silence and take a reflection just to recognize how good we are, how great it is to live in a beautiful town of Apex, and God has been good to all of us, but celebrate it in your own way. Let's take a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you're able, please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you so much. We'll move now to the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. So tonight, we do have attachment warrant for consent item number 16 has been modified with the correct copy at your place, so you should all have that. And then I'm requesting that same item to be pulled from consent and consider as new business number 3, and all other appointment items will be shifted downward. So with that change, is there a motion to approve the consent?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We'll move now to updates by Town Manager Vosberg.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Just a few announcements. This should be familiar from the last meeting where I mentioned we will be migrating to my account from eSuite. So just to remember, to prepare for this transition, there'll be a blackout period from June 28th to July 6th. So during this time, customers will not be able to make online payments in eSuite, pay by phone, or send payments by online banking. So to make payments during this period, you'll have to come in person to Town Hall and pay with cash, check, or money order. So again, the blackout period of June 28th to July 6th as we migrate from eSuite over to my account. There'll be a blackout period. You can still view your history in eSuite, but you won't be able to make those payments. Also, we have a holiday closure next week coming up for 4th of July festivities. So Town Hall will be closed on July 4th for Independence Day. In conjunction with that, we do have Fireworks Frenzy, which will be held at the Hunter Street Park. That's on July 3rd from 5 to 10 p.m. And new this year for the 2025 event, we have the drone light show. So that'll be an addition. Looking forward to that. It's going to be pretty cool. Also then the old-fashioned 4th of July will be held on July 4th. That's from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. in downtown Apex. In the theme of festivals, we also had recently 2 very successful community events, Pride Festival and Juneteenth, that were both held on Town Hall campus. But great to the event organizers. Both of those events were very successful, so great events for the town of Apex. And the last thing I have is this will be, as the mayor mentioned, there's a little break, vacation from meetings at least. So our next town council meeting will be August 12th. And that's all that I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Vosberg. Any questions for Town Manager? All right, hearing none. So we'll move now to setting of the regular meeting agenda. There are a couple of changes. Public hearings items number 1, 5, and 6 are requested to be continued until August 12th, 2025. And then consent item number 16, which I just spoke about, is moved to new business 3. And then the additional closed session item is added to consult with attorney. So with those changes, is there a motion to accept the meeting agenda and approve it? as presented?
Motion to approve.
Mayor Pro Tem, motion.
Second.
Second, Zegerman. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We'll move now to presentations. We have two tonight. We'll have the first one, Apex Public School Foundation Quarterly Peak Star Awards, presented tonight by Councilmember Terry Mahaffey.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So tonight we're presenting our Quarterly Peak Star Award. This is something the town of Apex, in conjunction with the Apex Public School Foundation, does to recognize and honor one of our public school employees for the work that they do to educate our kids and take care of the town. So presenting tonight, we have Jack, who you've heard from earlier. And I don't know, are you vice president? What, president of, I'm sorry, I forgot your title.
Fundraising chair.
Okay, yes, well, Jack from the Apex Public School Foundation to tell us more about the foundation and the award and what we're doing tonight.
Thank you, Terry. Good evening, council members, Mayor Gilbert. My name is Jack Otepka. I'm pleased to be representing the Apex Public School Foundation. Our foundation supports the 19, soon to be 21, Wake County Public Schools with an Apex mailing address. Our primary program, the Teacher Grants Program, funds teacher proposals that promote student engagement through innovative and creative programs. Last year, we were awarded over $23,000 in grants. It was a great year. Each Tuesday, the Apex Public School Foundation celebrates exceptional educators, administrators, and staff members at Apex schools with a social media shout out. The weekly shout out honorees are then eligible for the Quarterly Peak Star Award, which is in participation with the town of Apex. It's my pleasure to introduce this quarter's Peak Star Award recipient, Miss Cleo Morrissey. Since the doors of Laurel Park opened in 2008, Ms. Morrissey has been a pillar of support and advocacy for their multilingual learners. As the dedicated ESL teacher, she has built a strong student-centered program grounded in language acquisition, meaningful partnerships, and positive relationships. Ms. Morrissey brings high energy, compassion, inclusivity into every space she enters, creating a welcoming environment where students feel seen, supported, and empowered to grow. Her commitment helps every learner feel at home while developing their language skills. So we have Ms. Morrissey and the principal from Laurel Park, Ms. Lovett. And we want to thank you, Ms. Morrissey, for your years of service and heart, and congratulations on being recognized this quarter's Peak Star Award. Take a picture. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to say anything? I think that's you want to say?
Brought her on.
All right.
Yes, yes. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sherelle Lovett, proud school principal at Laurel Park Elementary, right down the street in a bright blue building. So I just wanted to quickly say that the Irreplaceables report and the new teacher project focuses on outstanding teachers in public schools who are not only top performers, but cultural carriers. They're consistent problem solvers and make others around them better. And their impact can be felt outside the classroom, and it's like a ripple throughout the building and the school community. So Ms. Morrissey's work as our ESL teacher has impacted the school and sets such a high bar and reminds us every day of what we do and why we do it. So I am proud that not only that we know and have the privilege of having Cleo at our school, but now the town of Apex knows, and that you are recognizing her as well. So this award not only represents excellence, but being an irreplaceable. So I'm so proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ms. Morrissey. Thank you, Ms. Lovett, as well. We'll move now to proclamation, Apex Parks and Recreation Month 2025. And it looks like we have the whole department here in the building. Let's go. Y'all representing well. All right, so if I can have my colleagues to join me down front, we'll present the proclamation together. All right, it's my honor to present the Parks and Recreation Month 2025 proclamation. And as we often do, is we present this together as a body. So we'll start out tonight with Mayor Pro Tem Gray starting first. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month 2025. Whereas spending time outdoors and being physically active are two of the best ways to enhance quality of life through increased physical health and improved mental health as a result of reduced stress, anxiety, and
Whereas the town of Apex is host to numerous ways to take advantage of these benefits, with 12 parks, 616 acres of park land, 30 miles of outdoor trails, and 3 indoor recreational facilities for residents to enjoy. And
whereas this year, the town's Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department was proud to launch its Play It Forward Scholarship Program, which offers a resource that ensures all residents are able to take part in the town's wide array of recreational opportunities regardless of financial circumstances. And
Whereas Apex is also pleased to continue offering recreational opportunities to individuals of all ability levels with specially designed program offerings in art, fitness, sports, performing arts, social gathering, and special events for residents with disabilities. And
Whereas whether you're looking to give a boost to your health, connect with your friends and community members, or keep your competitive spirit alive, there's no better place to do it right here in Apex.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2025 Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Apex and encourage residents to get active and make your day a little brighter through our town's wonderful parks, greenways, and recreational opportunities. So presenting this proclamation to the best Parks and Recreation Department in the nation. Director Craig Sesser, come up. Yes. Awesome. Right here. Yes. Good job. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Hey, man. Thanks for being here. If I can have all right, we're gonna pull this off. You got it? Okay. All right. Hey, what are y'all? Hey, what are y'all so excited about? All right.
I think the man needs to lay on the.
no, he's gonna be like out in the hallway.
Somebody hold him. Good eye, good eye.
She wouldn't be in it.
She just wants to join the department.
Hold up. Y'all stay up here. Hold on. I do want to recognize, we do have members of the Public Art Committee here as well as our advisory board for Parks and Recreation. So thank you for being here. And then also we will have some remarks from Jacoby. Come on, Jacoby. All right. Let's go. Right here. Make sure you tell them I'm playing too.
All right, I hope y'all are all having a good day so far. If you don't know me, I'm the special events intern here for the town of Apex. So I'm here today to tell you about our National Parks and Recreation Month event, which is this beautiful flyer right here. It's our 3v3 SummerSlam basketball tournament. So even if you don't want to play basketball, we have a bunch of additional activities that will be from 11 to 3 on July 26th. But if you do want to play basketball, the mayor is ready, and he said he's gonna put you in the tournament, and he's gonna provide you with everything you need. But we're super excited, and we're gonna have free popsicles for the first 25 people that get there. We have free acai samples, we got food trucks, we have yard games, we have a bunch of different activities, and then this will be for ages 13 and 14 all the way up to 35 plus. So we're very excited for National Parks and Recreation Month, and we hope to see you there. Thanks.
Yes, we good.
On the roll of the dice.
Always the touchiest part of when we get back up here. We're like, all right, is my chair working?
Okay, thank you so much. We'll move now into our public forum. This is an opportunity for community members to speak. We really want to hear from you. Remember the public participation policy, the time allotted, and when you come up, please give your name and address before you speak. So we'll go ahead and kick it off. We have Shanae Artis. If you would please come up. Shanae Artis. Hey, how you doing?
Good evening. How are you guys?
Good.
My name is Shanae Artis, and I live on Casino Lane. Do I need to give the actual address? 1118 Casino Lane.
Thank you.
So I was invited here by Mr. Welch from the Housing Choice Advocates program.
Okay,
and
before you continue, so how many do you have? You have, okay, 9 minutes, thank you. Thank you, go ahead.
So, and they pretty much wanted me to come and just share a little bit about my home ownership journey thus far. So in 2014, I moved from New York to North Carolina, literally with only what could fit in my car. Me and my 5-year-old daughter at the time, she's 16 now, packed in a car, drove down here to restart our life. We settled in Cary, North Carolina, and we lived in a 1-bedroom apartment with just an air mattress, a TV, and a TV stand for 1 whole year. While we were there, home ownership was never something that I imagined for myself, okay? My family grew up renting in apartments and things like that. So, you know, it wasn't something that was the American dream for me. It wasn't until I started going to a church here and I met a older woman, but a young woman who specifically had a ministry for helping single mothers own homes, that I even considered the idea of being a homeowner myself. And so I started to get connected with different women, specifically women of color, women who also had either been mothers or single mothers and things like that. And I was able to see a lifestyle that I did not see living in New York. This woman, she convinced me to start considering home ownership, and I took her up on the offer. She connected me with a lender, and at that first time, the lender basically let me know that I needed to do some credit repair in order to be eligible. I was totally for it. I was working, so I had, you know, a small amount of income to do some of that work, and so I started doing that. I started saving money. I started working on my credit. That took me maybe about 2 years. So that lender, I don't know what happened to him, honestly. The second lender that she told me about, I got connected to, and he pretty much let me know, like, if you are not willing to move outside of Wake County, maybe to Rocky Mount or something like that, then I can't help you. And his thought was that housing in Wake County is not affordable. But again, for me being a solo parent with a child, going to Rocky Mount, I'm not from North Carolina, I'm not doing that. It just sounded, it was already a culture shock to come all the way from New York here. So to think that I would go to Rocky Mount on top of that was like, I'm not doing that. So we stayed where we were for a few more years. We, I got a better job. We got a bigger apartment. She got her own room. We, modestly furnished it, and things, improved. I got connected with a third lender a few years after that, and he pretty much let me know, like, I will never forget, he called me. I was in Costco in Apex Pine Plaza in my car. He called me to give me his, his evaluation of my situation, and he laughed at me. He said, Miss Artist, unfortunately, you don't make enough money. Either you need to get a better job or you need to get a man. And so I was like, excuse me? I didn't say anything. I took it for what it was worth, and I kept it pushing. But it kind of broke my spirit because again, like I said, I never considered home ownership in the first place. And then to be what I felt like was a little bit close, and to hear that, it was very frustrating. So long story short, I kind of let the dream go, and I went on about my life. At the time, I was working for a nonprofit assisting women who were transitioning out of prison. And so my role was to support them as they were preparing. And then once they got out, I would get them connected to our reentry homes. I would literally go pick them up from prison at downtown Raleigh, take them to our transition home, support them while they were in the home. And then when they were ready to transition into their own, I would be the support for them to do that as well. While I was working with one of the women, she reached out to me and she said, I want to apply for this program called Habitat for Humanity. Can you please do a landlord reference for me? Because technically I was her landlord, being that she was in our reentry program. So I said, okay, fine, perfect, I'll do that. I researched Habitat because I heard about it little bits, like, they build people homes and things like that, but I didn't know the gist of the program. So I reached out, I looked into it, did my research, what have you. I signed the form and I let it go. A few months after that, I had other women coming to me going through the same program. I'm like, this is amazing. Like, these women coming out of prison are getting homes. Like, what's going on? But the thought also came that wasn't for me, because that wasn't my situation. And me being someone who, yes, I may not have had the financial means at the time, I wasn't just as involved. I wasn't in that dire need, should I say. So I didn't feel like it was for me, so I didn't go for it. Fast forward maybe a few weeks later, a couple months later, another woman that I knew of who was like a mentor to me reached out, and she said, have you thought about applying for Habitat for Humanity? And I was like, actually, I have thought about that, but I don't think that's for me. I think that's for the women that I work with. And she was like, I think you need to look into it. I think you need to look into it. The application process is open, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay, fine. I went ahead in, I would say, August, early September, I applied for the program. By the end of September, I got approved for the program. By October 21, I was doing my hours. I was down here off of Casina Lane helping to build the house. And I remember saying to myself, I want to live here. No idea that would actually be where I am today. But I went through that program, and it should have been an 18-month program. It took me 6 months, literally, to do my hours, to help build. I helped build my house and about 3 other houses on that block, which to me is just amazing. But all of that to say that home ownership has given me and my daughter a sense of stability that when we first got here, we did not have. We didn't know what to expect. I just knew I wanted better. And for me, being able to get into this space has not only been a blessing, but it's allowing me to create generational wealth for her and for the generations to come. My daughter's in a stable school environment. She goes to Apex High. She loves it. She hates it. But whatever, we know how it is being in high school, right? But she has a stable environment with kids that she's going through the grades with, and she's learning, and she's building relationships with people that hopefully she may go to college with, or she'll know years down the road. That's something that I did not have. So being given the opportunity to create that for her has been such a blessing to me. Apex has welcomed us with open arms. Our community, we have about 9 other Habitat homeowners in the community, but then we also have other homeowners who went the traditional way. But we all respect each other, we all look after each other, it's a community, we all care for one another. And I'm really appreciative of that and grateful. So when Mr. Welch asked me if I would come and share my story, I'm like, absolutely, because I really want to hopefully use my story to inspire you all and whoever makes those decisions to create opportunities like these for other people like myself. I understand there's stigmas that come with people maybe with low income and things like that, but that's not always the case for everybody. Some people really just need an opportunity to do better for themselves and for their children. And when they get that, they're willing to give back and be the community member that they need to be productive. So thank you all for welcoming me tonight. Thank you, Apex, for welcoming me in the community. And I hope we can create some more opportunities for others like me. Thank you.
Artist, well done. Well done. All right, Mary Miskimen.
Mary Miskimen, 3177 Ratama Run, New Hill. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilbert and council members. Thank you for addressing concerns over Apex's lack of reasonably priced entry-level housing, which we just heard about. I understand that there were several workshops around affordable housing back in April, and I attended those. But tonight we find it's already under new business with no public hearing. So I think this is a really big issue, as we've heard about, and I would like to have had a public hearing on it tonight so that more folks, we already heard some, you're going to hear from me, could have addressed it. So over the past several years, I've heard from many Apex residents, hundreds actually, about concerns about regulations that make doing business in Apex more expensive and that make housing more expensive, especially for our older folks. And they have some questions which I am sharing with you tonight. So medium home prices are down in Apex over the last year. Inventory's up, and we've noticed apartments and home sellers either lowering their prices or offering incentives. Can you please list on the town's website your specific data that show there is a need for thousands of new affordable housing units? Can you also clearly define what you mean by affordable housing? Is it always the same definition used by the Federal Housing Administration, especially since municipalities can set their own limits? Would you please clearly post on the town's website for each taxpayer-funded property, apartments, et cetera, what formula and/or guidelines were used to determine the AMI and other qualifiers for particular properties, and then justify it by showing the anticipated need? How will the taxpayer-funded government-subsidized housing impact all housing across Apex? Can you guarantee it will not increase demand, thereby pushing up home prices further across the board? How will you prevent builders from passing along the cost of either building affordable housing or paying fees in lieu or land in lieu, thereby raising the cost of housing across Apex? How will increasing density and otherwise altering the town's development standards while reducing parking requirements impact the overall appearance of Apex, and specifically its small town appeal that is actively used as marketing to draw more residents to our area? And finally, how will adding more subsidized housing impact an already stressed infrastructure? And since I have a little bit of time, is there another town or city upon which this affordable housing plan is based that you can show where it made the area more affordable while also protecting the quality of life of all residents? So thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Dawn Cozzolino.
Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. I brought a little something with me tonight. I don't know if you see the New Hill horse. He's got the billboard back there. He's got his New Hill shirt on. It's not just a prop. It's a message, a symbol, a reminder that we show up. We show up at the meetings. We file public records requests. We analyze data. We propose reasonable alternatives. For years, we've engaged with the town of Apex, town council, the right way, through the official channels. with respect, with facts, and with the commitment to the truth. But what we've gotten back is often disappointing. Delay, deflection, misinformation, and a process that feels designed to wear down people. While there's no shortage of polished presentations and talking points, too often this chamber becomes a theater, while the real decisions happen off stage, away from public view. And that brings me to the elephant in the room. And we're not talking about Disneyland. I know you have your shirts on tonight. It's the continued and expanding use of eminent domain and forced land acquisition by the town of Apex. Not for public schools or critical infrastructure, but for private developers. Let's talk about Beverly Rubin's farm. The town took her land through a quick take process to run sewer infrastructure, sewer that directly serves private parkside developers, not the surrounding community. We all have well and septic. She didn't volunteer that land, it was taken. Or look at RXR Viridia development, where the town, again a private development, where the town again pursued eminent domain, bypassing less disruptive routes and impacting historic farmland in New Hill and Friendship. There were other options that we have discussed time and time again that were less disruptive, under utilities, not doing tree canopy destruction, but they were not chosen. And why? Because this process increasingly favors development timelines over community protection. And every time we ask for transparency, every time we ask for answers, we are told, it's just a utility, it's not funded. It's in the comprehensive plan, there's nothing we can do. Well, I'm here to tell you, we see it and we're not going away. So yes, I brought the billboard. It's a stand. It's standing up for our residents, and we're gonna keep showing up. And I hope that you will take this discussion tonight, what you're gonna hear, and take things seriously. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking tonight. Elizabeth Stitt.
Elizabeth Raystead, 3113 Friendship Road, Mayor, Town Council. Good evening. Came with no notes tonight because there was like 3 different things rolling in my head and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to talk about tonight. So I'm going to do a short snippet of a couple topics. Pleasant Park. Did not necessarily pay attention to the agenda that today or July is the park month. But that is a heat island near my home. And I drove through it and understandably nobody was playing out there because there are no trees. Now, short way down the road on Kelly Road, you have Kelly Park. Guess what? People were playing because there were trees. And so, you know, we talk about Apex being sustainable and good quality of life and how we're moving things forward, but Pleasant Park is not an example of that. We need more trees. I would love for you guys not to cut down my trees on my property that you're going to be cutting down at this point, but we need more trees. We do not need more heat islands. If you want affordable housing, it's not housing that you have to pay a lot of money to heat. If you would have trees, based on the 2018 study that the town did, and then most recently the tree canopy study, if you want affordable housing, you shade your house so that it's more affordable. So where Don made comments where we're told, hey, things can't be done a certain way. When you go and do these larger developments and you have to clear cut, what about leaving enough space that that homeowner can actually plant a tree to maybe shade their house so they have a sustainable way of cooling their house and not stressing the grid? So, you know, we talk about quality of life, we talk about let's go to parks, we talk about sustainability, but where are the results? You know, where are we moving the needle forward? This is my 4th year coming consistently to these meetings and raising issues and concerns that impact our community. And very little has changed. And the question is why? Because it doesn't have to be that way. So, I follow the different public hearings, and most recently there was a special use permit for Peak City Church. I did get legal standing in that particular meeting because I'm directly impacted. We found out on April 8th that they are doing pretty much a 6-acre spray septic field, and the hearing was April 15th. The town knew about it months before and did not share it with us and did not require them to share it with us. So when we talk about a process that is stacked against people, is these types of processes. We can raise the quality of life by actually working with each other. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Elizabeth?
Another Elizabeth.
All right.
I'm Elizabeth Bruner, 306 Hinton Street in Apex, 20-minute walk here, a little bit sweaty, and that's going to be relevant for my comments. I'm age 62, phasing into retirement after 24 years with Habitat for Humanity, primarily the international headquarters. Congratulations, yay for you. Love the trees, like New Hill, appreciate the parks. I'm going to begin with a compliment. I am now a bus rider, relinquished my car 6 months ago, so I walk everywhere, probably familiar if you go down Hunter Street, and I take the bus. The bus in this heat is blissfully air-conditioned, bravo, and thank you for the drivers for cranking that up. But it's a little bit uncomfortable waiting for that bus and uncovered, standing up at a stop, so we should work on some of that. I am so excited that there's going to be a bus route that will include the parks, yay to the park department, and the library coming in 2028. So for me, that's 3 long years of very sweaty walks, particularly to the library. For me, the Eva Perry Library, my favorite place in Apex, is a 4-mile loop hauling a roller cart of books. I did that through the winter and the spring, and it's not too bad if you take the shortcut, the green belt, through Shepherd Vineyard. It's impossible now, right? The heat and misery, I can't do 4 miles there, right, I can't do that walk anymore. So I have a suggestion. I think we should use those 2 lovely new passenger buses from our friends at the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Center. I actually, when I'm waiting for the 305 bus on Mason Street, I see them. I see them just sitting in the parking lot there, unused. And I think, oh man, couldn't that bus take me every couple weeks to the library? So that is my request. Similarly, when I hear about the wonderful park activities, I so want to go to the Apex Nature Park. I want to go to the Pollinator Fest this week, but that is impossible if you're walking from downtown Apex because our current bus route doesn't serve the park. So you got 3 years, that's all you need to do, in which you can shuttle me and other bus-dependent people to the library. The checkout period for Eva Perry Library is 3 weeks, so if we could just even do 1 loop there and back every 3 weeks, return my books while the weather is extreme, I would do some kind of celebratory dance if you'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking tonight. Alexis Kennedy.
Good evening, council members. Alexis Kennedy, 106 Buckhaven Court. Good evening, council members. As council member Ed and Brett know, I wasn't supposed to be here. My outfit at this time was supposed to be a cowboy theme for my son's swim meet, but instead, I'm in morning garb. Today is different from my other times here. There are no smart remarks or looking to educate my community. I am here with a broken and angry heart. For the last several months, I've had the honor to be part of a group caring for a little boy from Gaza who was here in Raleigh. His name is Islam, and he is all of 9. He's here because a bomb was dropped on his house, and he lost his leg, and his body was covered in scars. But that didn't stop him. I was his partner in the 5K run, and his heart demanded that we did the whole run. 3 weeks ago, we threw a party for Islam and his mother for his and her recovery. As we closed up the party, I kissed Islam's mother's cheek. Today, I hugged and kissed her again, but this time, she's a widow. Yesterday, Israel dropped a bomb on their home, killing her beloved husband, maiming 2 more of her children. Her youngest, 4 years old, had his leg amputated, and her daughter has damage to her face and lost her eye. I just left a funeral and came here, and I'm angry. I'm angry at my fellow American. Multiple times I've come here educating my community that we are killing people. When we go to work, those taxes leave our pockets, and instead of staying in our community, it's being taken to go kill women, children, and innocent fathers. I hugged my grieving friend while knowing that the money and the weapon to kill her husband and maim her children came out of my pocket. I have more friends who I love and know who are in Gaza that are starving right now. And I want to know how much longer we as citizens and politicians are going to stay silent while we murder innocent people. There's 1 million children in Gaza. What do you think 2,000-pound bombs do to children? What do you think we're going to find under this rubble? I know everybody's seen the pictures. And if you don't know, if you're not sure, you have me, a community member that can educate you and give you the videos and the personal testimonies. Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, thank you for sharing that. Ms. Kennedy, I do want to share something with you. If you would arrange some time to meet with me tomorrow in my office. All right, that closes out the public forum. And thank you everyone who came out to speak. I'm sorry, were you signed up to speak, Mr. Hastings?
I did not get here in time to speak, but I just like to speak right quickly.
Council okay with that?
Yeah.
Members of council, okay, come on up.
And thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Real quick, I just want to give you an update about Peak Fest. I wanted to thank the town for all they've done for us over the last 45 years with Peak Fest. And I just want to give you a quick update. This week, over the next 10 days, we will be giving back to the community $30,000 to the nonprofits that have signed up for our grants. And I just want to say thank you for everything the town has done for the last 40 plus years, and look forward to the next 40 plus years in helping out. So just very simply, I want to say thank you very much, because we couldn't do it without your help. And I think it's a great event, and next year there's going to be some alterations, I'll say, because of the Salem Street, but we're going to be working closely with the festival staff, with the Salem Street project and how that works. But we'll make forward that it's a great event for the next years to come. And so I just want to say thank you, and sorry I didn't get here before. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you speaking. All right, that closes out public forum for tonight. We'll transition now into public hearings. Public hearing number 1, annexation number 799. That is, I need a motion, as we're planning to continue that to August 12th, 2025 regular meeting.
Motion to continue.
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second, Zegerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Move now to public hearing 2, 3, and 4 will be heard together. And presenting tonight will be June Cowles.
I was going to say, that's not one. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. This is annexation 790 for the Lawrence Property Plan Unit Development PUD. It's located on the western edge of town, south of Highway 64. The property is north and south of Olive Chapel Road. And the zoning district right now is Wake County 80W. And with that, this is also going underneath the rezoning for the planned unit development. And with the next item, this is all together. And the next item is the Apex Transportation Plan Amendment for Lawrence Lane, along with this rezoning case Lawrence property plan unit development.
Okay. Any questions?
So we're going to hear all three before we do any decisions on any of these. Is that the
Still have.
Yes.
Yeah.
the idea? Okay.
We can't hear, the microphone's not working.
This one or that? Okay.
It might have come.
Oh.
Okay. So the next, did you want to?
I think you'll do the public hearing first for the annexation.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll break it up. Okay, very well. All right, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing. Do you have Mr. Clerk? Thank you. All right, we'll open up public hearing for comment, and we do have 3 speakers tonight. From Morningstar, Letitia Shapiro, if you would come up, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. We just wanted to let you know that we were here if you had any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. John Adcock.
Mayor, good evening, members of the Town Council. John Adcock with the Adcock Law Firm at 202 East Academy Street in Fuquay-Varina. I represent the property owners that are subject to this, that own the property that this petition is part of. I'm just here to speak on their behalf. They're in favor of it and to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Trying to read the first name. Bowles is the last name. Same. Okay, all right. That's all the speakers will say. We'll close the public hearing for this item, and we'll go ahead and do a vote for this one as well. So is there a motion?
Are we going to hear the rest of them?
You just want to just do the public hearing only? Okay, all right, I'm clear now. Yeah. All right, your turn. All right.
Okay, so the same area, we have a proposed amendment to the transportation plan associated with the rezoning case that you just presented the annexation for. So just to orient you to this exhibit, here is Olive Chapel Road, New Hill Olive Chapel Road, and Transit Trail. And we are focused on this future major collector street shown in green. The applicant has made a request to realign that major collector street. Our transportation plan currently shows it avoiding a historic resource. The applicant is also working with the State Historic Preservation Office and Capital Area Preservation to move that building south of Olive Chapel Road. There is information in your staff report, and June will present more information about that during the rezoning case. By moving that historic resource, it gives them some flexibility in the alignment of the roadway. They are requesting the realignment due to the topography of the site and their plans for development. So shifting it slightly to the west. Planning staff do support the request. We've also reviewed it with Transportation, Infrastructure and Development, Police, Fire, Parks and Rec, and there were no concerns. Water Resources indicated they have no major concerns, but this shift may have additional wetland impacts, so just a note there. And the Planning Board also unanimously recommended approval at their May 12th public hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Questions from Ms. Cox?
So with regards to the wetland impacts, if you said may, right, so that's not been fully determined, what if there's additional wetland impacts? Like what's, is there any mitigation or preservation that needs to be done to realign this road, or what's the consequence if there is additional wetland impact?
I'd actually like the applicant to have an opportunity to respond to that, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Good evening, everyone. Bob Zumwalt with Kimley Horn, 1114 Rothwood Way here in Apex. The alignment of the collector, it won't impact any wetlands. We've surveyed the wetlands. We've located the collector so that it will not have any impact on any wetlands.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, any other questions? All right, hearing none. We'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for this item, and Dawn Cozzolino will be our first speaker.
Some of the easel boards in the back. I'll just be a moment. Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. Good evening again. I'm here tonight to express serious concerns on any transportation planning, specifically this amendment for the thoroughfare. It seems very innocuous, but I know that it's really not that way. So what I have tonight, and I haven't had a chance to really go through this, if you can hear me. Just take a look at this. But basically, what I'm indicating here is our community on this particular map. And this is the subject of sewer and roadway taking, okay, the whole area. So when I see something like that, it looks like the same thing to me. I want to talk about traffic because that's always ignored. Traffic impact studies are always ignored. My analysis on all the TIAs for our whole entire area yields over 330 new vehicle trips a day in our area. And I had to add stickies because you keep zoning and adding on new developments every week. Okay, so that one was just produced a couple of weeks ago. And I want to share with you tonight DOT, AADT, annual average daily trips. This is our area. This is a map of our area. What does it show you? It's about 651,000 based on 2024 data. 651,000 daily trips. That's baseline. This is what's happening. So we're up to 1 million. We're up to 1 million. And you're going to do this, and you're going to keep going. So I just want the public to know this is the end game. To take everything, make it a roadway, and then you're going to have gridlock because you got service level F roads everywhere, even with mitigation. So it's going to be a traffic light everywhere, and the roads can't handle it. And the DOT knows the roads can't handle it, and this is the DOT roads. So I don't know how Apex has jurisdiction over something that the DOT is responsible for maintaining and maintaining Vision Zero safety. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. We'll go ahead and close public hearing for comment, that item, and then we'll move to rezoning.
Okay, the property is 41.02 acres. again, located north and south of Olive Chapel Road. The current zoning is Wake County Residential 80, and looking in the area, the surrounding zoning district is Plan Unit Development. This is the Retreat at Cedar Crossing subdivision, and then Wake County 80 surrounding the property with large lot, single family. So the proposed zoning district is Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning. The current land use classification is rural density residential. The proposed rezoning to Plan Unit Development Conditional Zoning includes a maximum density of 1.6 units per acre. So if the properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to low density residential north of Olive Chapel Road and rural transition residential south of Olive Chapel Road. So the existing conditions north of Olive Chapel Road, we have the mature trees, several streams bisecting the property, open fields, and then there's 3 ponds. The single-family residential house, which is the H.T. Lawrence Farmhouse, and several outbuilding parcels or structures. South of Olive Chapel Road is mature trees and streams along the west and east property lines, and then some open field. There is a single-family residential house located right here with a few outbuilding structures. So the Wake County Public School System indicates the elementary and high schools within the current assignment area for this rezoning development are anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students. Transportation to schools outside of current assignment areas should be anticipated. School expansion or construction within the next 5 years would handle the high school grade level. The applicant conducted 3 neighborhood meetings, and those neighborhood meeting reports are attached to your staff report. So looking at the proposed PUD plan, the uses are single family, accessory apartment, park active and passive, recreation facility private, utility minor. Maximum number of units is 57, and maximum density is 1.6 units per acre. The minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet, and maximum building height is 35 feet, 3 stories. So most of the development is going to happen on the north side. The UDO does not require resource conservation area for developments with a density of 2 units per an acre or less. However, this proposed project is providing 40% or 14.3 acres of the project site for RCA. So on the right side is the proposed buffer. Along the perimeter buffers is 20-foot type B. The thoroughfare buffer is a 50-foot type B. And then the thoroughfare buffer on Olive Chapel Road, that's along the historic house parcel. The historic house is proposed to be moved to the south side. And that is at 50-foot type E. And the thoroughfare buffer for the adjacent to the play lawn, which would be in this area, that would be a 30-foot type B. And then the major collector has a 10-foot type A along that street. So the PUD plan includes 14 architectural conditions. Some of those would be they required a porch. There's a limitation on garage width percentage for the front facade, and a street-facing garage shall not protrude more than 5 feet out from the front facade or porch. The project was reviewed by the Environmental Advisory Board meeting, and that includes 19 environmental zoning conditions. Some of those are pre-configured with conduit for a solar energy system and replacement of large and small trees and install warm season grasses. So the PUD will comply with built upon area, structural stormwater ponds and the riparian stream buffer requirements. So the Lawrence Property Farm historic structures are located, as I stated, on the north side of Olive Chapel Road and includes the single family and several outbuildings that are on the study list for the National Register of Historic Places. So Capital Area Preservation conducted a site visit and completed a historic resource report, and that's attachment 1 to your staff report. So the PUD plan proposes to move this existing historic home and some of the outbuilding structures to the south side of Olive Chapel Road. As you can see, this is the Federal Land Commission protected open space. And in coordination with Capital Area Preservation and the State Historic Preservation Office, the PUD proposes to preserve, relocate, and donate the historic resources pending determination by SHPO and or CAP, and include a land donation agreement. So the proposed PUD plan also includes transportation, infrastructure conditions, improvements along the Olive Chapel Road property frontage based on the rural 2-lane thoroughfare with 6-foot paved shoulders planned for future bike lanes, with a 10-foot side path on the north side of Olive Chapel Road, and then a 5-foot sidewalk along the south side of Olive Chapel Road. The developer shall also provide an eastbound left turn lane on Olive Chapel Road at the major collector street with a minimum storage length of 100 foot plus 50-foot deceleration lane and a 100-foot taper, and required transitions subject to Apex and NCDOT review and approval. The development shall propose an intersection within 100 feet to 150 feet of the existing terminus of Adriatic Way. There's a existing stub street along here. Now this has the stream that continues up along here, and so looking at this, this is where we would have, where drivers would be required to turn and or stop, also subject to review and approval by the town of Apex. So it wouldn't be traveling, the street would not be stubbed to the west due to the stream. It would just continue in either turn because there is this other open space to the south. In addition, provide a minimum of 20-foot wide gravel road connection from the major collector stub street to the existing Lawson Lane. So here's the existing dirt or gravel road, and so the developer is going to be, providing a gravel road connecting that stub street. So this connection will be made once construction of the major collector is complete. At no time prior to reconnection will access to Lawson Lane be completely cut off to the public road. And the PUD plan includes 3 residential affordable housing at the 135% AMI for a period of 30 years. The Park, Recreation, and Cultural Resource Advisory Commission, they made a recommendation for a fee in lieu of dedication for a maximum of 57 single-family units. Planning Board recommended approval unanimously on May 12th, and planning staff recommends approval of rezoning Lawrence property PUD as proposed by the applicant. The Lawrence property PUD plan proposes 1.6 units per acre. If properties are rezoned as proposed, the 2045 land use map will automatically be amended to low density north of Olive Chapel Road and rural transition residential south of Olive Chapel Road. The density and lot size minimums are consistent with that of nearby developments, and the proposed rezoning is reasonable and is in the public interest because it includes the open space preservation with historic structures adjacent to a protected open space south of Olive Chapel Road, and preserves 40% RCA, increases vehicle and pedestrian connectivity for the area, and also includes the 3 affordable housing units. And with that, if you had any questions, we're happy to answer that, and the applicant's here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Coles. Any questions for Ms. Coles? All right, hearing none. Hear from the applicant now.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Letitia Shapiro, Morningstar Law Group, 434 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, here on behalf of the applicant Baker Residential. Joining me this evening is Mark Bowles of Baker Residential and Bob Zumwalt of Kimley Horn, here to answer any questions that you may have. As always, June did a great job of providing us with the details of the rezoning case. So I would just like to point out, highlight a couple of things. And that is, as mentioned, the project includes an affordable housing commitment to put 3 affordable units on the ground, making it possible for families to call Apex home. The applicant is working with Capital Area Preservation to relocate, preserve, and donate the historic home on the site. And the applicant added 7 of the 9 recommended environmental zoning conditions for a total of 19 environmental zoning conditions. I'm going to leave the site layout up for just a second because I wanted to just take a few minutes to talk about how this moved through the process. The applicant and the staff worked really hard and collaborated with each other and also with the neighbors, particularly the neighbors of the retreat at Cedar Crossing, specifically related to that UDO required connection to Adirondack Way. And in addition to the required neighborhood meetings, the applicant met separately with these neighbors to hear their concerns about traffic. The applicant provided a trip generation letter as part of the application and also shared this trip generation letter with the neighbors. And at the request of neighbors, we did offer a condition with specific traffic calming measures to connect to Adirondack Way. However, the staff did point out that the UDO requires that traffic calming must first meet warrants before we can actually apply those traffic calming measures. So we worked hard again with staff to come up with a condition to slow down that traffic and or stop that traffic at an intersection near the terminus of Adirondack Way. So while change is beautiful and filled with opportunity, I also want to acknowledge that change is hard and that we're not going to make everybody happy. But that's why the applicant worked extremely hard with staff and took those extra steps to hear neighbors' concerns and then worked collaboratively with staff guided by the comprehensive plan and the UDO to do our best to get it right. And I really want to thank the neighbors and staff for that. So I thank you for your time this evening, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pirro. Any questions for Mr. Pirro?
I do have one question. So other than the relocation of the historic home to the south side of Olive Chapel Road, there is no construction to the south side of the road, correct?
There's no construction on the south side. Nope, no development. Thank you.
No other questions? All right. Hearing none. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing for this item for comment. First speaker would be Frank.
Good evening. My name is Frank Aegis, 1357 Mascoma Drive. That's in the retreat at Cedar Crossing. I'm also on the board of the directors of the HOA at Retreat at Cedar Crossing, and I'm speaking for several of our members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Over the past 6 months, I've been in discussions with the Lawrence Farm project developers and with the Town of Apex staff regarding the plans for this new subdivision. So I've been the main point of contact with the developers. The proposed development of single-family homes fits well with the character of the area. However, the retreat residents, especially those on the connecting street, Adirondack Way is going to connect into Lawrence Farms, are extremely concerned about the potential negative impacts with respect to traffic. The major roads and intersections surrounding the developments, Olive Chapel, New Hill Olive Chapel, Route 64, are increasingly congested. With the 2024 opening of the TMSA High School, morning and afternoon traffic backups around the retreat and Deer Creek are really excessive. The roads are almost impassable. Add to that the coming construction projects. In the coming years, starting in the next 2 years, the DOT is going to be realigning Olive Chapel and New Hill. They're going to be widening New Hill to 64 to 4 lanes. They're going to be adding a roundabout at Amberlight and New Hill. All should help, but in the years, the 6 to 10 years that those are in the construction, traffic is going to be increasingly problematic in our area. We feel that the opening of Adirondack Way, which is currently a closed street, is going to provide an alternate path for travelers that are westbound on Olive Chapel and northbound on New Hill. They're likely to try and bypass New Hill Olive Chapel and go through our subdivisions, go through the Lawrence Farms, go through the Retreat, and go through Deer Creek to get to the school and to get to 64, because there is a way you can use those roads and bypass the intersection of Route 64 and 751. How many will do that? We don't know, because we don't have any data. There has been no traffic study, and there's been no traffic study that's been required for this application and this rezoning. You need data to be able to make a decision, to look at the plans and see if the plans for the roads are adequate for what the projected use of those roads. And the only way you can do that is to have the data and to have a traffic study to see what kind of traffic we can expect. Now, when I brought this to the developer and to the town planning, I was told, well, your subdivisions are too small. There's not likely to be that much traffic because it's only 55 homes, and that just ignores the fact that most of the traffic is not going to originate within the subdivision. It's going to originate outside the subdivisions, people using these as cut-throughs. So we would really, feel that having a traffic study must be done so that you can understand, what the levels of traffic are going to be, and that the design of the roads as they're presented to you are adequate, to handle those traffic loads. We don't want to have to come back here 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, and complain about the horrendous traffic conditions, and then have to try and figure out how to mitigate those. We have an opportunity now to make the right decisions, and to do that, we need to understand what's coming. And so we would urge that a traffic study be required as part of this rezoning process. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. Next speaker is Karen Faust. Three minutes, Mr. Clerk.
My name is Karen Faust. Thank you for your time. I am actually the president and treasurer of the HOA for the Retreat at Cedar Crossing, but I also live on Adirondack Way. So I'm going to be one of the residents who's most impacted by the connection of the Retreat at Cedar Crossing to the new neighborhood. As Frank eloquently said, our residents are extremely concerned with the increase in traffic that will result with this connection to the new neighborhood. And the Science and Math Academy, we've already seen a significant amount of increase in traffic, not necessarily on my street, but we anticipate that when the roads do connect, the residents of the new neighborhood, as well as any residents coming off of Olive Chapel, are going to start coming through our street. So we just want to reinforce with you that a traffic study is needed, and if you're not willing to do that, consider traffic calming measures that will at least slow down the traffic or reduce the traffic that's coming through our street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leo Burnett.
Thank you for your time. I am also live at Retreat at Cedar Creek Crossing, and I'm at 1335 Adirondack Way, which is next door to where the new development's going to be planned. So I'm at the end of the street. I don't know if y'all know this, but we're a small 55 and up community. We only have 88 homes. It's a quiet and peaceful, and it's perfect for our senior residents. The current traffic concerns that we have are at the end of our neighborhood. If we go out, we cannot turn left onto Olive Chapel. And it's the same as if when we're coming back home, we cannot turn left into our entryway, to our entrance. So this is extremely inconvenient for all of us, that we cannot make a left-hand turn there. This forces us to drive into Deer Creek, which is the subdivision right next to us. Deer Creek is a large community with mostly young families. There's a multitude of small children, and they play outside, which they should, but they play in the street. They're in the street in their little bicycles or little razor things. They're playing ball and stuff, and balls come out to the street. So it's and there's a good deal of pedestrian traffic as well. So as you can imagine, I know they've had some close calls in that neighborhood, and there's safety issues and concerns there. We don't want to go through their neighborhood, but we have no choice if we want to turn left out of our subdivision. So, and I know that we don't want to go through their neighborhood, and I know they don't, appreciate the extra traffic that we add to their neighborhood as well. And in my mind, it would be better to separate. Of course, we can't separate from Deer Creek because that's already a done deal, but to separate our community from the new proposed community, because they're going to have a main street going out of the new community, and they can go left or right. Well, lucky them. But so, and there's also the TMSA High School and Elementary that borders Deer Creek and, of course, connects to our neighborhood. There are 2,000 students in these schools combined, and they are the vast majority, probably 99.9% of them, are driven by parents. Do I have to stop?
Yes, thank you so much for your comments. Don Cozzolino.
I'll just bring them all up. I'm not gonna go back from my easel board. Good evening again, Dawn Cozzolino, 3632 Bosco Road. So you've heard a lot about traffic. I just want to quickly mention, and I'm going to run out of time, about the school. So I think it was read out loud, and that was great, but it emphasizes a serious issue here in this area. And people coming from out of the area don't realize the schools are capped, and you can't go to a school that's local to you. You have to get in the car and drive your kids somewhere. So these traffic studies too, even if we have them done, and there's 602 new trips for the Lawrence, it's just a traffic letter, it's not a study, but you forget that's not added, okay? And all that good stuff. But anyway, it says here on the zoning application, anticipated to have insufficient capacity for future students' transportation to schools outside the current assignment area. So where do the kids go? I don't understand it. You have no plan for that. You're not going to do a traffic study because we know you didn't do one on Peak Landing, which is on top of a hill on Old US 1 by our area. You didn't do it. 600 feet for the closest street. because it was too low in houses. Of course, Cary will put the traffic study on their website for the public to see on 100 trips. You do 10 times as many. You wait till it's 1,000 cars. And yeah, of course it's a dangerous situation because of all the traffics we've had, and this is outdated, folks. This is $1.2 million of estimated crashes, not damages, lifelong injuries. Okay, I mapped this all out. Why don't you have that information? Because Apex only counts Apex roads. Most of this is NCDOT road. Okay, so we're just fabricating good facts. Another thing is, okay, I'm from New Jersey. The other lady was from New York. You come down here, it's beautiful. You are happier than heck to be down here. You love the weather, you're so happy. You see the zoning maps. Rural, it's green everywhere. What do? You do amendments and you change it, like the snap of a finger. What does that allow? You talk to the developers, you figure out how you're gonna plot this whole area and take it down, okay? That's all this is. This is just a game. It's a game and it's a money game. That's all you're doing. So I hate coming up here and talking about this because it upsets me so much. This area is so freaking beautiful. And it's a disgrace what you are doing in your official capacity to it. And I'm sorry to say, but I've done all the proper channels and I'm gonna go further up the chain because this is ridiculous. We've been coming here for years, and you just look at us and ignore us and think we're stupid. There's no schools, there's no safe roads. Calming a traffic situation down is not mitigating the problem. There's too much housing, and there's no economic jobs to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Cozzolino. All right, so that was the last person signed up to speak. So we'll close the public hearing for the rezoning, and then we'll break them all up. So we'll move now to the annexation. And is there any questions, discussion, or a motion?
Make a motion to approve the annexation.
Second.
Motion Zegerman, second Gant. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. We'll move now to the transportation plan amendment.
Motion approved.
Second that.
Motion, Gant, second Killingsworth. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Rezoning case 24CZ16, Lawrence Property PUD. Discussion. Motion.
I'll say that this is an excellent rezoning case. The fact that they preserved the entire property below New Hill Olive Chapel Lane, which is adjacent to the protected federal land, that's a very good thing. The RCA on this property is 40%. That's amazing. Like from a density standpoint, 1.6 units, that's about as low as you can go.
I agree with that. I kind of, as I was reading through this rezoning case, I kind of had visions of the Castleberry assemblage, right, that I railed against time and time again every time that the rezoning came about because of their adjacency to the game lands. The fact that this whole property south of Olive Chapel is preserved, I think is giving that transition period that we had envisioned, when the land use map was developed. Plus the very low density housing north of Olive Chapel. I think this is exactly the type of transition development that was expected in this area.
And I want to say we heard a lot about traffic, especially with the connection at Adirondack, and there's a reason that we stub these roads because we intend for there to be connections. The more connections, the less pressure it takes off every other intersection in the area. And the fact that that neighborhood, I think I was on the approval of it, I think maybe Andre, you were too, doesn't have a left turn, I think really means that you guys who live in this neighborhood are going to use this neighborhood to get out onto Olive Chapel and be able to turn left. I think you're thinking about it, people coming into the neighborhood. I think it's more about you guys are going to, this neighborhood is going to use this as a way to get out. And when that major collector, which is, a big infrastructure investment for this few of houses, when that's built all the way to 64, that will be great for 751. That would be the way people will get through to 64 to connect to Olive Chapel. And we have another connection coming on the way with transit. So that pressure on that intersection, New Hill, Olive Chapel, and 751 up on 64 is aided by all these additional connections that are being planned and executed, in this case, at least partially. So I think the people in the neighborhood north of the retreat are really going to appreciate the fact that people are going to be able to get left out to Olive Chapel instead of going through their neighborhood to be able to take a left onto New Hill Olive Chapel. So that's the beauty of these additional connections, is that you have more options that are not kind of stuck in one intersection that's just clogged up. So I'm glad the staff pushed back on the connections. I think this traffic calming, we have one in our neighborhood right now. It's keeping people going slower as they're continually using the bypass around the Peakway construction. But I think studying that when all's said and done, and if it's needed, then great. But I think having that stop there, that those zoning included, will means that the speed will be 0 starting into that neighborhood, and presumably the design will enable there not to have to be traffic calming, which I think in general means there's bad design. But in this case, I think the design to begin with is going to be really helpful in the speed concerns. And the historic house, I mean, I've talked about historic houses and not wanting to vote for another one that didn't preserve it. So I'm really excited about that part of this project as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the villages of Apex, so ours is surrounded by Thales on one side and Thales on the other side. So ours is a perfect example of a neighborhood with a cut through, so that people can get to 64, get to the Peakway and things like that. And yes, we do have some people that use that, but it's not like constant all the time. So it is something to consider. We do have a roundabout in the middle of ours to make sure that things are kind of slowed down. It's not a straight shot all the way through. So that or a meandering road going through that area, I think would naturally be traffic calming, if that could be considered as part of this. But I do think this is a good rezoning with all the conditions offered. We've got affordable housing, environmental things. We've got open space that's being preserved. They're preserving a historic house that I think is all something to highly consider.
And I want to add on to what Brett said, and I was glad you made your comments, because I knew that you were going to say that, because I was thinking the same thing. And this is frustrating because we've been at this table for years together, and we've heard dozens and dozens of these rezonings, and we've seen all these transportation plans, and we've seen, the concerns about cut-through traffic, and we've seen all these configurations. And in this case, we heard the residents' concern about the traffic, and every single one of the concerns that we heard, it's clear to, I think, all of us and all the staff, this road is the solution. It's not the problem. These extra connections are going to help you. It's not going to be a cut through your neighborhood. This is going to be your cut through to get out of your neighborhood. I promise you, that's what's going to happen. Do you disagree?
I said the same thing.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, Zingerman, second. Gant, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Move now to public hearing 5 and 6. Motion to continue annexation number 800 and rezoning case number 25CZ06 until August 12, 2025.
I'll make that motion.
Killingsworth motion.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem Gray. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Move now to new business. New business 1, Apex Affordable Housing Incentive Zoning Policy. Recommended updates. Ms. Marla Newman.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Marla Newman, Director, Community Development and Neighborhood Connections. I am here to talk with you about the Affordable Housing Incentive Zoning Policy recommendations. I think I speak loud, but I'll make sure. So as a little background, the the initial incentive zoning policy was adopted by you all in June of 2023. That came out of the original affordable housing plan, which was adopted in early 2021. And the intent, as you see here, is to provide zoning incentives to spur construction of long-term affordable units in Apex. The policy was intended to provide affordable units or lots in exchange for zoning-based, non-financial, and financial incentives. So a menu of particular options that may be made available for a developer if we were to look for some affordable units. However, since that policy was adopted in June of 2023, we've only had 3 of the rezonings that have come before you that actually met the requirement of 5% based on the number of units that were being developed in a particular subdivision or development. So did not quite spur the amount of activity that we had hoped for. And therefore, we're here tonight to talk about some additional potential incentives to maybe strengthen the policy and generate more interest, more uptake, and create more affordable units. So what you have here is kind of an overview of the various standards that were in the original policy. You see what the current policy has listed in terms of the number of lots, the percentage of units that have to be affordable to be included, the maximum affordable income, the percentage of income for rental. The first one was for ownership. The period of affordability for ownership was at 20 years. For rental, it was negotiable. And then you look at the recommendations that we're making to strengthen or enhance the policy, which takes us, instead of having a minimum of 20 homes that were developed, we're now asking to lower that threshold to 10 in order to trigger the affordable requirement. And we want to increase it from 5% to 10% to get more units. We want to lower the cap on the income to actually target more folks who truly need affordable housing. People who make 135% can generally compete in the marketplace, quite honestly. So we're trying to bring that cap down to really focus more on those who have a little bit more struggle actually affording what's in the marketplace. We also want to bring down the AMI for the rental from 100 to 80%. And that 80%, that is in line with the HUD standards and what you find for the home program and some of the other funding sources that we want to be in alignment with. Even though we don't directly receive HUD funding for home and CDBG, we want to align our policies with those that are the standard in the nation, certainly in our area, so that we can have some consistency with the other programs that are around. And maybe as we grow over time and we become eligible for increased funding from HUD and we can get our own allocation, then we are already complying with those regulations by setting our standards to theirs today. And we're looking to keep the home ownership period, at least for right now, at 20 years, but going with a standard 30 years on rental, which is consistent with what you have for the housing tax credit program that's administered by our state housing finance agency, North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. Those tax credit projects have a 30-year affordability period, so we want to track and be in keeping with that as well. And then as far as targeted pricing, again, targeting our pricing to the HUD home sales limit, again, gives us that consistency that we find throughout, so that it's not one amount this year, one amount next year. While HUD changes those annually, those are across the board. So the home sales price here is the same throughout the metropolitan area, the metropolitan statistical area for Raleigh, the MSA that we speak about. And then for the rent limits, the NCHFA, again, that tracks what they do for the tax credit projects. What you see here is where we had the original language from the policy, and then you see it stricken through, and you can see where we've added language to, again, strengthen it and kind of spell out more of what we're looking for. I won't go through and read every bit of this to you, but it still is tracking where we're saying we want to move from 20 units to 10 units, 5% to 10%, and things of that nature. And again, when we look at the lots in lieu calculation, this is where if they're not going to actually build the units for us, then they contribute lots to an affordable developer. And so we've seen a recent example of that with Habitat for Humanity, where that developer made an agreement to actually provide the lots at a particular price to Habitat, and Habitat would build the affordable units. So this is one of those examples. Same thing with land in lieu. Now the difference with the land in lieu is the land in lieu is in a different location. So it's not within that development, it's off-site. But it's still with the idea that it could be developed as affordable housing at a later time by another developer. And so that was the first part in terms of the land use. Now we're talking about the density. And as we mentioned earlier, changing the number of units and also now looking at increasing the density. So right now, we're asking again that 10% be this threshold rather than 5%, so increasing the amount. And so you see in each of these, we tried to provide an example so you could see how the policy would work in application. With the density bonus, in this one in particular, you'll see that currently the density bonus, the density that is allowed rather, is 14 dwelling units. And we were looking initially at increasing to 16, but recognized in consultation with our planning department that actually 20 dwelling units per acre could still be workable. And so we have an example here. If you actually use that 20 per acre, we would end up with an additional 60 units of density, 30 of which would be affordable. So we would really almost double what we could get originally if we were to enhance the policy in this format. And so in terms of development standards, we have a number of different changes. You see the first being from 14 units an acre to 20 units. We would also recommend that there be some additional reduction of building setbacks, as well as minimum lot widths. This kind of speaks to some of what we've heard from you all earlier in other meetings about, how do we maybe change the footprint of the lots and the unit sizes and so forth that would enable us then to build more units. The developer could still make a good investment and be able to develop more units, and we could get more affordable units. So it would be a win-win for us. The developer doesn't lose out. Then we are looking at the resource conservation area. The biggest change here is it would be applicable in any conditional zoning district. So the percentage is the same, but it would now be applicable in any conditional zoning district without the need to rezone to a PUD CZ. Same with parking reductions. And then I believe the final incentive we will talk about are the opportunity to do some financial investments to also help make some of the affordability more palatable. We already do some gap financing as it is, but also looking at water and sewer fee reductions, as well as parks and recreation fee reductions to also help with some of the affordability. And so we are requesting that you adopt these enhancements to the incentive zoning policy. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Got a few questions. So back to slide number 4, where you talk about kind of the summary of the changes. So the maximum AMI for ownership, and rental. So you explained the rental one being set at 80% in line with HUD standards. What about the ownership percentage? Is that in line with HUD standards too, or is that a percentage that we derived somewhere? And if so, where did it come from?
So generally, the HUD standards cap at about 80. We talk a lot about the workforce, and some call workforce housing. So other times we consider it moderate income. So these are folks who have trouble competing in the marketplace, but they make too much to qualify for some of the additional funds that might be available if your income was lower. We felt that 135, you are really in the market. But we're finding that a lot of workers in our community can make up to 120 and still struggle to find something that they can afford. So backing that down to 120 and incentivizing developing for that group that maxes out at 120 would enable us to help more people who really need help, as opposed to the ones at 135 who really could compete.
And so why 120 instead of 100?
So generally when we talk about moderate income and looking at the HUD standards, moderate income is considered 80 to 120 according to HUD. So low income is up to 80%, moderate income is 80 to 120. So this covers the folks in that moderate income range who also are struggling to compete. They don't get all of the benefits as if they were under 80%. And you'll see in another example on the other item where, for instance, for down payment assistance and things of that nature, NCHFA has a program that provides more opportunities for funding up to 80%. You get less, there's another program, but you have less opportunity to tap into two programs at NCHFA. Wake County caps you at 80%. So there's something available at the state level, but not at the county level if you are above 80%. So this gives us an opportunity to serve those up to 80%, but then also those from 80 to 120.
And so what I'm reacting to here is, like, in recent work sessions, we've seen examples, right, of, family income scenarios, right? And even with a two income scenarios of, workforce type employees that we're trying to target here, we're still struggling to get up to that 100% mark, right? So even the 120%, I feel, is still not reaching the people that we're trying to reach, right? So I'm excited about the changes to the policy, increasing the number of units, lengthening the affordability periods, lowering the AMI cap. I just like to see us being even more aggressive than that, because I really think we're still missing that bracket that really needs the help the most. And even 120% of AMI is a pretty decent income, right? And so I really want to push our help further down market, right? So that we're really targeting these policies towards the people that need it the most.
Sure. And we're totally open to any adjustment in that vein if you'd like to make that, certainly. But we knew the 135 was really stretching it, and the 120, like I said, got us in alignment with the moderate income range, which is 80 to 120. So, but we're open to whatever you think is best.
So if council were to ask you to explore 100% AMI, right? Because we can make that change at any time. We don't have to do it right here, right now. Like, I would like to see what that looks like, right? What are kind of the pros and cons of that? Are we missing a piece? Are we, getting out of line with what our neighboring communities are doing? But again, like, my objective is really to push the help to, the folks that need it most.
Sure. Yeah, there'll be fewer people that we would be able to serve. I mean, because those at 100, 110, we could still serve them. This just enables us to serve a broader range who are still struggling in the marketplace.
Okay. Do you want to comment on this, or?
I'm a little confused by this discussion, because you started out with the discussion about how little uptake there's been in the program, and almost every single one of these is going to make that worse, right? It's going to, in going down to 100, it's going to make it even harder. Like, they're losing more and more money per unit to go at these lower levels. So are are the carrots in this enough to get even more? I feel like we're gonna get less and less uptake because we're making it more strict. Am I misunderstanding?
Possibly.
Okay.
Anytime we're talking about affordable units, there's going to require subsidy. And so then the other part of this conversation is, what is our appetite for subsidy? We know that Wake County invests quite significantly in affordable housing. We know NCHFA invests in affordable housing on the owner side, on the renter side. And so the question for us is, what is our appetite? And so, yes, we start with, well, who is it we're trying to serve? And so I think once we are clear on that, then we can talk about the amounts. And like I mentioned a moment ago, we've got another item where we're looking at an additional incentive to target more home ownership with a developer incentive, right? So it's a combination of fee waivers that helps to get the pricing down, conservation areas, parking minimums, lot width, setbacks, all of those things can help to shrink the development cost, right? And so it's a combination of different incentives that if you can package them together, it enables the developer to maybe build a unit that doesn't have the kinds of costs associated that tend to increase the overall development cost, like the land cost, for instance. You can build more units per acre. Okay, the acre still costs what the acre costs, but now you can sell more units because you've reduced some of the other requirements.
I understand that part. I'm saying this part is going to make it harder to get people to do it because the 80 and 20 and 120 are more stringent, and it will require more subsidy, more giving that stuff away to get them to even buy into this, correct? Am I understanding that right, at least? The loss per unit on, if you're selling it at 80% AMI versus 100% is thousands of dollars that the developer is going to have to go lower to make it work.
So the 80% is for rentals.
Yeah, versus 100 though. So it's making it more strict right here. And the incentives, we're going to add the incentives, but we're not adding enough incentives to make those numbers work and get more people to take part in the program. For my impression, I don't think lot widths and 10% RCA and 10% parking is going to make them be willing to go down to 80%. It seems to me, if we only have 3 right now. I would have thought everything would be making the program more appealing. Every single thing we do, and this is making to the developers, and this is making the program harder.
Yeah, and that's why we had the other incentives to go along with it. So on its own, I can see exactly what you're saying. But by adding the other kinds of fee waivers and reductions and things of that nature, then that combined package should then make it more appealing.
Which is very different. I will add to this too, when we first talked about the incentive zoning policy, we were comparing like all of these other municipalities and other counties initially on if they had an incentive zoning policy, how often was it used and all of that. And I can't remember exactly how long some of them were in place, but I do remember specifically Durham had theirs in place for quite a while and nobody took them up on it at all. So for the fact that we have had this in place for a very short time and we've already had 3 developers take us up on this incentive zoning policy, that says we're making strides in the right direction. And tweaking it here and there I think is a good idea. And giving more, like the fees in lieu and the lot width changes and the density bonuses and things like that, those are the things that the developers are asking for and we're talking about that they needed in order to make the choice to do this type of thing. So
it's a balance though, right? And those are the things that are helping it occur, and these things are making it a little bit harder to occur, right?
It is.
But you get a bigger benefit.
Bigger benefit.
As a town, right? So yeah, it's trade-offs. But with the intent of the additional carrots that we're putting on the table, making the trade-off in terms of expense, worth it.
Okay.
And if I could add, I think when the original policy was adopted, the idea was about in a year's time or something, staff was to come back and tell you about how much was actually taken advantage of. We took a little longer to work through, the housing plan and some other things, and just giving it a little bit more time. And so I would say that we're certainly able to do the same thing again. Give it maybe, this time we did 2 years, because that was June of 23 that you adopted the original one. So, you know, give it a year, 2 years again. We can come back, you know, we can test the waters, see if that starts to get us more units. And then if we need to do some other adjusting, we can definitely do that with a little bit more time and experience if we adopt, you know, these changes tonight.
Appreciate the work on it. It's really a good start, and to your point, let's just see and move it down the road, and we can always tweak it, as you mentioned, Councilwoman Killingsworth. So, any other discussion before?
I do have another question about the lots and the land in lieu. Are we setting any conditions on that? For example, the lots in lieu, do they need to be stopped for utilities? The land in lieu, like, you know, I don't want to end up with, you know, a property 10 miles out of town that's undevelopable, right? So, like, what are kind of the conditions on the in lieu incentives that we're putting on the table here?
Sure. The lots in lieu are within that same development, so it would be developable land because it would be right there, contiguous with other parcels that are under development. The land in lieu, the requirement is that it also be developable. So there will be restrictions and so forth that make sure we're not getting just a piece of something that cannot be developed. So yes, that is one of the primary requirements, is that it has to be developable, obviously within our town limits and things of that nature. So there will be those guardrails in place.
With the land in lieu aspect, I'm guessing, maybe it said there, I missed it. There'll be a requirement that it'll identify the parcels that are involved in land in lieu exchange?
Yes, there has to be a designated parcel of land or parcels of land for the land.
Not a promise, but an actual parcel. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm ready to get this home ownership incentive pilot program. So y'all ready to roll on this one?
Just to address one of the concerns that was raised by Councilmember Gant, and I think it's a legitimate concern, but I do think that when we look at the nature of our overall market, it's dramatically different than it was when we first started talking about an affordable housing plan and when we implemented an affordable housing plan. I think we're rapidly approaching somewhat of a Hubbard's peak with regard to our land here. The availability, the amount, the nature, and the type of the land that's available is starting to become a little bit tighter in terms of its finiteness. So I think recognizing that there's a different set of incentives to help move our desires forward is at the right time with this policy. I think this moves us in the right direction.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Killingsworth.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Next item.
All right. I'm gonna need Alan's help here. Thank you. Put these eyes on. Okay, so on to the other main feature, our proposal to create a pilot program for home ownership, and it'd be an incentive on the developer side. So we're looking at how we can create more home ownership opportunities. It was wonderful to hear the testimony earlier this evening about how home ownership was made possible. So in this particular instance, we're looking to target households at 80% to 120. Again, that's that moderate income range who are struggling to compete in the marketplace. What we are proposing is that we provide a $40,000 subsidy on the development side, and I'm going to walk you through some examples of what that would look like. We would tie this to the HUD maximum sales price, and that is set by HUD annually. And so currently for the Raleigh MSA, that sales price is $382,000. So in this particular instance, if a builder, let's say wanted to, or is building a product that is about $422,000, by us providing the $40,000, it could still meet the home sales price and be affordable. And so this is one example for someone who is right at 80% of AMI. So if the market value of the unit being developed is $422,000, We put our $40,000 in on the development side. So then that gets it down to the HUD maximum sales price of $382. Closing costs $19,100, gives a maximum amount due at closing of about $401,100. The home buyer comes in with their down payment, their cash amount. The NCHFA, their Community Partners Loan Pool Program, that's a subsidy from the state, is $50,000. That comes in to that buyer because they're at 80% of AMI. Then they have an additional down payment program that 80% buyer qualifies for, which is another $15,000. Then you can add the Wake County Down Payment Assistance Program. These things can be layered. That's another $50,000. Now you've got a first mortgage amount of $282,000, which in this area is considered affordable. So that's the example for someone who's at 80% of area median income. 2 layers of financing from the state, a layer from the county, and then our investment on the developer side.
Are those subsidies guaranteed if they meet the qualifications?
Yes.
From the county and state?
And the funding is still available. There's a lot of times, there's a lot of demand for the money, especially on the Wake County side. Yeah. So all of this will only work if all of the funds remain available. So there may be times when there may be a desire for it, but if Wake County has already spent their allocation, then that buyer will have to wait till the next round of funding.
Does it start like open up in January and gone by January 2nd?
I'm not quite sure how quickly it goes, but I know there's a ton of demand for it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'll hold my question.
Okay. So this looks at a household that has an income of $97,840, household size of 4. Of course, we already mentioned the buyer cash, and they would meet your standard underwriting criteria at any lending institution that does this. Okay, so no special something different. This is standard underwriting criteria. That's at the 80%. Now, if we go to someone over 80%, now this is someone with an annual income of up to $140,000. Again, our $40,000 gets it down to $450. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me start with the unit market value for that. And this is the current sales price limit for the North Carolina First Home Advantage. So that allows a higher amount, although, again, our goal would be to get that further down. But this is somebody who's in the market, but still struggling to compete against others who have more income. So then you have closing costs in this particular instance based on the sales price of $22,500. So a total at closing, first mortgage, any other subsidies and cash of $472,500. They come to the table with the $4,100. Now they can qualify for the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency first time down payment assistance, in this instance of $29,052. But you see now here, you don't see Wake County in this mix because they're over 80%, okay? So now one other thing we can look at here at the end, of course, it talks about the first mortgage would be $439,348, which is still competitive in this market. But if the person or the buyer is a first-time buyer or a military veteran, then there's some additional assistance that they qualify for. And again, in this particular instance, the income for that NCHFA program cannot exceed $140,000. So that gets us up to that 120% of area median income. And they still also have to meet standard underwriting criteria. As part of the incentive, though, anyone who wants to participate in this program must go through a HUD-approved counseling agency. So first-time buyer counseling and things of that nature. Everyone must, that's a requirement. If you want to take advantage of this incentive on the buyer side, they have to get HUD-approved counseling. There's a approved mortgage lender pool, and I remember Councilmember Gant, you asked about that last time about, does anybody do these mortgages? I actually went to the NCHFA website today. They had over 23 pages of approved lenders who participate in these kinds of programs. A few names of some of the banks: Town Bank, US Bank, North State Bank, Cross Country Mortgage, and some of them, they're even noted on the NCHFA website as having Spanish speakers on staff so that they can also appeal to a broader market. So there are a number of lenders in this region that also participate in these programs through NCHFA and Wake County. The affordability, this will require a 30-year deed restriction. So the intent is for long-term affordability, which is always one of the biggest concerns with some programs, is the time frame for which the property must stay affordable. From our vantage point, you don't want to make a major investment and 10 years it can turn to the market. So you want to make sure that you ask for long-term affordability by way of a deed restriction. And so those would be some of the other guidelines for the program. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. And Councilmember Gant started going down this path, right? So especially if we're aligning our incentive to other incentives, right? What are your thoughts on aligning the application process, application periods, right? So that, we don't have somebody coming to us in August and all the other funds are depleted, right? And we're sitting there with our incentive and really nowhere to put it because our incentive alone doesn't make the program work, right? And so how do we kind of align that with these other programs that are out there, right? That's question number one. I'll let you react to that.
So NCHFA, they don't have a hardcore, you have to apply in this period or else. So it's really, you work with your lender, your approved lender, and those folks are in line with what the NCHFA requires in terms of timing and the documentation. So we would be looking to collaborate, kind of piggyback. We do know that the Wake County funds go more quickly, and so being able to maybe, if we wanted to publicize our program, but remember, for us, it's on the developer side. So part of this is the developer interested in working with us in order for them to get the money? And then we would have to say, okay, now can we get in alignment with the other funding sources? So I think it's a matter of us having some, for lack of a better word in the moment, some guidelines and criteria about when and how you access this and who you must collaborate with.
And given the availability of our funding, right, $40,000 incentive, $400,000 budget, right, that gives us a pool of 10, right? Given the demand that's out there, right, how do we, is it first come, first serve, or what does the selection process look like? Again, I want to make sure that we're hitting the people that's needed most, right? And so how do we kind of control the flow, so to speak?
So I think that, and certainly, and this is why we want to pilot it, right? Because we just want to see how the interest comes to us from the development community. And I think that we probably still, not probably, we need to work through a few of the other mechanics in terms of guidelines with how we get to the point of maybe making the funds available. But by and large, it would appear that a first come, first serve is going to be the best way to get at this. And so that's why we wanted to start small as a pilot with just 10, just to kind of see, are the developers kicking down our doors, or are we, needing to say, oh, by the way, we have this, so we kind of have to kind of see what the interest level is like. So we wanted to start kind of small and slow.
Okay. Fair enough. I hope you have, plenty of people staffing the phones tomorrow.
So I'm a little confused by the mechanics of it. So when do they apply? The developers apply this program, correct? And it's as they are maybe getting ready to sell a home, I assume.
Or develop a home.
Develop a home. And so they say, we want to be a part of this program. The funds transfer to the developer, and then the developer puts in a bunch of conditions about the counseling, and they have to use it by these loan products. And that's part of the contract with the home buyer, I guess?
So we would have our own set of documents that the buyer would have to agree to as well. So NCHFA has documents, Wake County has documents. So we have a qualifying process, and we're doing deed restrictions and so forth for some of the other developments that we've already made investments into. We're working with one of the local law firms right now to develop the deed restrictions and so forth. So obviously, yes, there's still a number of mechanics in terms of just the functioning that we still have to work out.
But presumably the developer and the home buyer both have to kind of sign something with the town.
Right. So what we can do is we can connect the developer with we have a number of organizations, nonprofits in the area that work with first-time home buyers, for instance, and they can bring the home buyer to the table to the developer. Right, and so these home buyers have already gone through maybe some financial counseling, some of the stuff that the lady mentioned earlier this evening. Those folks, DHIC is one, Telemon's another. They have a list of folks who've already walked through the qualifying process. They may even have a lender in the wings waiting. Now, for most of them, it's been a problem of finding a house that they could actually afford. So in this instance, then we would want to have the nonprofit, if you will, as an example, whoever's working with the buyer, actually team them up with the developer. And then this way, the nonprofit can make sure that the HUD counseling takes place. You know, we have our own checks and balances, but it's actually going to be us kind of matchmaking.
Okay, so there'd be like a pre-qualified list of possible home buyers.
Yes.
That you would then, the developer applies to the program, and then you connect the nonprofit with the developer with the agreement about the 40,000.
Yes.
Okay. And that will happen. The house presumably is like being built or something, right? Or
yes.
lots
or developed.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not like at the zoning phase.
No.
It's well after that.
Right.
So they don't have to like put this in the zoning or anything. They're going to do this. It's like a program they've done kind of after.
Right. This is after all of the zoning. This is just, can we make this affordable and available to a income eligible buyer?
Okay. And one more question is, what?
We're not the first municipality to do this.
We're not.
Correct.
Right.
Right. If we think these funds are going to go really quickly, which they might, why would we not just do this only for the 80% AMI people and below, and not have it for that higher level, just so we can maximize the money to the people in the most need?
Again, we have a range of people here who are considered moderate income who are struggling still in the market because they're competing with the folks who have the income. And so there might be a unit, but those who have more income are able to snatch those up a lot easier, whereas these folks might need a little extra help. So the idea is we can do the 80 and we can go up to 120, right? So that way we can cover the gamut of folks who have the need, and it enables us to stay within some of the other funding parameters like with NCHFA and Wake County. So this enables us to actually leverage additional funding sources.
But if we only allowed it for 80% and below, and it gets snapped up, that's good, right? Because that means that they're getting the Wake County money. It's the people in the most need.
It would only be 80% because home ownership like this is not feasible below 80%. That's when you have habitat and so forth. So these are people who are hard at 80%, and then you can go up to 120.
But why are we going up? If it's going to go real fast, just keep it below 80, 80 and below.
Or
right?
at 80, yes.
Yeah, that's what I would think. Right? I mean, right?
This is the missing middle.
Correct.
Yeah, but the 80% and below are even worse off than the missing middle are.
But there's more resources for them right now.
But there's less, it said. There's fewer resources.
There's more resources for folks at 80. There's fewer for folks at up to 120. So
you're saying it's fewer. Okay, sorry.
Right. Yes, fewer for the people who are above 80.
Okay, so right, fewer.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Can you cover again why are you choosing to do this? Why is it best to do it on the developer side and not on the homeowner side like the other programs? Did I miss that?
it's about the ratios of what money comes in and what you're bringing to the table. So on the developer side, then that helps us get the initial price down and gets us to the area where we can actually be in alignment with the HUD maximum sales price. So the sales price is set by the developer. So we want to get that sales price down, especially for those who are 80%. And so that sales price would be in alignment with the HUD sales maximum.
Just real quick, how has the development community responded to this? I've talked to
We've not talked a lot about it to the developer community. We know that these programs are out in other places, but we've really wanted to kind of talk with you all first before putting it out there. And again, that's why we're looking at it as a pilot, just to see what the level of interest might be.
Gotcha.
And this would only come from the Affordable Housing Fund, so none of our general fund dollars would be involved in this.
Okay.
Well, if this passes, I would encourage, after the year's out and presumably the 10 units have been allocated, I would encourage a report back to the future council and let them know in what range those applicants were. And if they're all within 80 to 100 to 120, I think we should change the program and make it so the below 80% has to be kind of a bigger focus. I'm afraid that's going to be more for that missing middle and not for the ones in most need, personally, because they're the ones who have to make up even more of the money to get there to begin with.
All right, anything else? Questions? Hearing none. Is there a motion to approve A and B?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Killisworth. Second, Zigerman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose. All right, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Great job, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's take a 10-minute. Y'all good with 10 minutes? Okay, so we'll be back at 8:20. We in recess. All right, we're back in session. We're moving now to new business 3, the advisory board administrative policy item. I had this moved for under the resident advisory board administrative policy number 4, where it talks about members are current on their taxes for Wake County and not have overdue financial liability to the town. Just thinking about what we heard tonight and people having hardships, I think it sends a message of, we talk about being inclusive and people who want to serve the town for the right reasons, and having this in here right now does not really reflect that we are being inclusive. And we've had discussions about this because I know this is something you want to see. But also, I think, we don't even have this for ourselves, for mayor and council. So to impose that on resident boards, it's just not the best look. So I would like for it to be consistent if we're going to do it. And I'm not sure we can get to the right language tonight. Maybe it's something that we should research further and bring back another time.
Yeah. So appreciate you calling this out. I agree that the wording as stated in the policy right now seems to indicate that the moment that any financial liability gets created, that members become ineligible for the advisory board. My whole intent with updating this section of the policy was to ensure that the people that serve on our boards and committees are in good standing with the town. I think it's a very common requirement. I kind of also equate it to kind of the background checks that you go through, like, as a condition for employment, to make sure that, you are bringing your best self and you're not there potentially swayed by other motivations that are not the town's. And so that was my intent. I agree that the language is not 100% reflecting the issues that you're bringing up. I also like the idea of bringing this in line and consistent with the policy that governs us, right? We as board members. So with that in mind, what I'd like to propose is that we, for now, strike the piece about other overdue financial liabilities, and just stick with the tax requirement. So being current on county and town taxes, and keep the piece in there about the litigation against the town not being non-existent, and then revisit the other financial liability once we have a little bit more time to work the language on this.
Thank you so much for that. And the other thing is trying to determine what is delinquent versus overdue with this policy. Like, I think there's something to figure out. And then what happens if they are? Like, what is the next step? Is this another burden we're putting on the town clerk? I mean, who carries that out? So I think there's a lot to work through. So I do want to have that come back.
I'm curious, reading this policy now as written. So to me, there's a difference between someone who isn't paying their taxes or their bills or whatever, and someone who is paying, it is on an approved payment plan. To me, the latter is current as long as they keep up with their payment plan. The former is a person who would be covered by the policy. Is that your understanding as well?
So I was trying to work some additional language in here about the 30-day, I call it a curing period, and a cure could be being on a payment plan, right? So I'm not saying, and so again, the language right now as stated is not 100% clear on that. The town attorney suggested some language as we were speaking earlier. I just think we need a little bit more time to work out the finesse on that. And bring that back. And again, like I do think that we need to measure with the same yardstick when it comes to ourselves and our boards and committees. So to bring those two policies in line with each other, I think I'm going to ask for a little bit more time to work through that.
On that. Like, can we even have a policy for ourselves? Like, our criteria are set by state statute, right? Like, we couldn't.
To some degree, yes. Like, so the tax.
To file, we have to.
So in order to file, I think you need to be current on your taxes, right? So I just want to make sure that that's similar criteria exists, for us as what we're putting on the boards and committees.
But the other financial piece is, correct me if I'm wrong, you did a research. Are there any other municipalities that have that for their resident boards?
Not in Wake County. The only one that we saw that for taxes was the city of Durham.
But no financial, other financial, okay. All right,
So then with the amended language that we're removing the other overdue financial liability, so we keep the tax liability as a requirement, or being current on taxes as a requirement in there, but remove the other financial liabilities from the language.
that's your motion.
That would be my motion.
Can I just read it just to make
Sure.
sure that we're all on the same page? So number 4 would read, all members shall be current on their town of Apex and Wake County taxes, period. The town clerk has been authorized to verify tax status for applicants to the town's standing advisory boards. If appointed, all members shall remain non-delinquent on taxes. If the member's taxes become delinquent during their term of appointment, the member shall be allowed up to 30 days to bring the taxes current. So that section is about just taxes.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments, discussion? All right, so we have a motion, Zigerman,
I'll second.
second
Killingsworth.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. I appreciate that. All right, new business 4.
Alrighty. Good evening. This is the Resident Advisory Board appointment process. So we're just going to give a brief overview of the process and how we got here. As you all know, in December, we looked at reviewing the various resident advisory boards, their scope of work, and then also the membership, trying to increase visibility in our youth, but also just expanding the array of board members, and then the establishing term limits. We also modified the recruitment process, and we'll kind of talk through some of that and then move into the nominations and recommendations. So just as an overview, as everyone knows, but just as a reminder for the public, the town has 6 resident advisory boards, 2 of which are statutorily required. The other 4 are town established, and they are to provide expert advice, guidance, and recommendations to the mayor and town council on specific areas of focus. This is just a recap of the various changes that were made to the established resident advisory boards. I won't read through all of these, but just this gives a high-level overview. The Cultural and Arts Advisory Board is a newly named board. It's formerly our Public Art Committee. The official name has been modified. We increased the membership. We added a voting youth, modified term limits, and then referenced the policy that you all just adopted. The Environmental Advisory Board, we expanded the scope to include all environmentally related programs and also to include the Bee City and tree cap functions. We increased the rezoning exemptions from 1 acre to 10 acres. And again, modified the term lengths, how offices were determined, and then referenced the administrative policy. The Multimodal Advisory Board, this was formerly the Transit Advisory Board. This is to encompass all modes of transportation, bike, pedestrian, etc., in addition to our Go Apex and other transit models. And then this also removed the ex officio piece. So this was the only board where staff was also serving on the board in addition to community members. So that removed any staff from being able to serve on the resident advisory boards. They can still advise the board, of course, but they would not serve as an actual voting member. And then modify the term lengths and how officers were determined. On the Parks and Recreation Board, on this one, it removed the culture and arts component, since that's a standalone board in our public art, formerly public art. Increased 1 for the non-voting youth. We established term limits, which was new for this board. All other advisory boards had established term limits. And then we clarified some sections of the Town Code of Ordinances. This was one of our oldest established resident advisory boards, which a lot of the language was pretty dated. It referenced commissioners in this section, and so there were some languages that we needed to change. We also look at our statutorily required resident advisory boards. Minimal changes here, but to our planning board, we added 1 non-voting youth so that there was youth representation. We added the Apex Historical Society to be a voting position. modified the maximum term lengths that they were set already to 2-year terms, but they had a maximum of 5, and so we reduced that to be consistent across all advisory boards down to 3, and then referenced the advisory board administrative policy. We went through a recruitment process, so active. We modified the application, as most of you know. I think that yielded a lot of good feedback, at least from what I've heard so far, a lot of in-depth responses within the application. Hopefully you all found that that was helpful information as you were reviewing the various applicants and comparing them. We did, and the clerk's office did, reach out to all former applicants that had applied using the old form and encourage them to use the new form if they were still interested, so that we captured all of the new data and information. We provided 6 weeks of active recruitment, and then this details kind of all the different modes that we use to advertise. We used the newsletter, obviously the town's social medias. We had targeted promotion at 2 of the festivals, and we yielded 29 applicants of the 26 positions that were deemed as eligible for consideration. Any questions on that part so far? Okay. All right, so we'll move into Arts and Culture. Arts and Culture Advisory Board, again, formerly Public Art, has 4 expired or vacant seats plus 1 youth voting. We had 5 applicants that applied for this board. They're listed here. Also in front of you is an applicants at a glance packet, which includes a summary of the applicants, and then in addition to their official application. This is the current board stats from a demographic standpoint, and then pursuant to the town code and or the UDO, the mayor recommends the appointment and then council appoints. The mayor has recommended the appointment of applicants 2 through 5 for the regular seats, 2-year terms expiring June 30th, and then the appointment of applicant number 1, Juliana Corsetti, for the 1-year term, which is the youth term for this position. Happy to answer any questions.
Sounds like it. Yeah, fit right in, huh?
Motion to approve that?
All right, motion to approve, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll second that.
Second, Killingsworth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And then we also need to do the leadership positions. As we go through these, you'll see that leadership positions, some are calendar year and others are fiscal year. They're based on the terms within that board. Not all of our boards are the same. So some boards' terms expire at the end of December, others expire at the end of June, and so the leadership positions align with those terms. So in this case, the Culture and Arts Advisory Board, it's recommended that there be no leadership change. So Tom Caldwell remain as the chair, and then Sean Durham serve as vice chair.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion Zigerman.
Second.
Second again. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries.
Okay. All righty. The Environmental Advisory Board. There were 4 expired and or vacant plus 1 voting youth. We received 5 applicants here. There's the current board stats. We are recommending that, the mayor is recommending that applicants 1 through 4, as stated above, be appointed for a 2-year term expiring December 31st, 2026. And we did not receive any youth applicants for this board, and so we are asking to re-advertise for that and engage with our youth council, our internship program, and others within the town, so they would come back at a later date.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion Zigerman.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Next item.
Okay. All right. Similarly, we've got the leadership positions for the EAB. This is no changes are recommended. Because Mr. Garrison was reappointed, he's eligible to continue to serve as vice chair. The mayor recommends appointment for Suzanne Mason as chair and John Garrison as vice chair.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion Killingsworth.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you. All right, our Multimodal Transportation Advisory Board. This is the board that did not receive the number of applicants that we would have loved to have seen. However, there are 5 expired or vacant plus 1 voting youth. We received 2 applicants for this board. The question marks are beside 2 members that applied for 2 other boards, and we have reached out to them, or I have reached out to them and asked them if they would be interested in serving on multimodal. I have not received a response back yet, but both of them have, based on their resume, have experience not only in planning and development, but some in transit as well. So the recommendation is that 1 through 4 are appointed, and we re-advertise the youth position. And there are the current stats for the current board members.
Motion approved. Motion approved. Mahaffey.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem Gray.
As a question to clarify that, so if those 2 are not interested, they would, I guess, resign immediately?
Who? No.
The question mark ones?
Yeah, the 2 here.
I think they indicated in their application they were interested, didn't they?
Spanioli.
Oh, you just haven't heard back. It's not that they.
Yeah, but there's a 5th empty position that we didn't have a position for.
Oh,
And the
okay.
there's two vacancies.
So you're expecting them to accept?
Right.
Okay.
So
It's a little weird if they don't, but. Yeah.
my question for the application online, and there was a comment, I don't think from either one of these, but maybe from someone else, that they would like to be able to check off multiple boards that they want to apply to instead of it being just one dot and that's all you get to choose. So.
And we're going to revise that in the next round of applicants. One of the things is some of the questions, like what would you like to see the board do over the next year, are specific to the board. So I talked with Stacy, our communications director, that when they select multiple boards, they'll have multiple fields that will open up. So we'll modify the application to allow for that. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying.
Okay, so Mahaffey made the motion.
And there was a second.
That's the second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Did we vote on these?
Yep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Okay. Multimodal, this board does have changes that are required to the chair and vice chair positions. Both the chair and vice chair that are currently serving, Andy Working and Nick Bryant, do not wish to be reappointed to the board. Linda Barrett is the longest serving individual that's been on the transit committee. She's recommended for chair, and then Noah Tope as vice chair.
Motion to approve?
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second, Gant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Alrighty, moving on to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. This board has 4 expired positions or vacant, plus 1 non-voting youth. We received 7 applicants. There's the current board member stats. The mayor recommends appointment for applicants 3, 6, and 7, as stated above, for 2-year terms. Appoint 1 for the partial term, so applicant number 1, Mr. Weber, and then appoint applicant number 4, who was the only youth representative that applied. So in this case, all applicants, with the exception of number 2 and number 5, would be appointed.
Motion to approve.
Motion, Killingsworth.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Can I make a quick comment on this? There's 2 members here that have reached their maximum term. I think, I want to publicly acknowledge the service that these people have brought to the town, not just for the 6-year or the maximum term that we just said, but for many more years than that. I think that's commendable, right? And I really want to thank both gentlemen for their long-term service on this board.
Absolutely, good point.
And in our next step section, we've got where we will be recognizing with those that are terming out with a plaque or some sort of recognition so that they have that.
So we do have Mr. Roach in the room. Thank you so much for your service, sir. Thank you.
I thought he had left. Oh.
He's here.
Lurking in the back there.
Okay, so we've got those. And then on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, changes required. So Mr. Carsono was serving as vice chair. The mayor has recommended that Michael Cantors be appointed as vice chair, and then Daryl continue to serve as chair for fiscal year 25-26.
Motion to approve.
Motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Second, Gant. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Planning board, we've got 4 expired and are vacant plus 1 non-voting youth. We've received 8 applicants. The current board stats are there. The mayor recommends appointment of applicants 1, 2, 5, and 6. And to just clarify, applicant number 5 is the Historical Society position, whereas 1, 2, and 5 are reappointments to regular seats. All of the terms would be for a 2-year term expiring June 30th, 2027, and then to re-advertise the voting youth position.
Motion to approve.
Motion, Zigerman.
Second.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. This is one board that has calendar year terms, and so in this example, we need no leadership changes are recommended, but reconfirming Tina Sherman as the chair and then Tim Royal as vice chair for the planning board.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem, second, Killingsworth. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Alrighty, the last one, Board of Adjustment. We've got 2 expired seats or vacant. Both of them are expired. We received 2 applicants, Robert Carmack and Tracy Taylor. Current board stats are there. The mayor recommends appointment of applicants 1 and 2, as stated above, for 2-year terms expiring December 31st, 2027.
Is there a motion to approve?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to strike Tracy
not-
Taylor.
I'm not taking a strike motion. I'm asking if there's a motion to approve.
Mayor, I'd like to make a
So
motion to
here-
strike
hearing-
Tracy Taylor.
Hearing no motion to approve. We don't have a motion to approve these 2, so
Motion denied.
it'll go back to me to make another board recommendation. So this item is closed.
Okay. And then the leadership piece will come back as well.
Yes.
Presumably.
All right. Next steps for our advisory boards. Thank you to those that were appointed. We will have orientation for our new and returning members July of 2025. We will do a targeted recruitment for the remaining positions that are vacant, primarily our youth positions, but we do have one on multimodal that we'll be looking at, and then looking at a recognition for our retiring members July and August.
Thank you so much for the
Any
presentation.
questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, motion to go into closed session for all the items listed.
So moved.
Motion Gant, second, Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries, moving to closed session. back. Okay, all right, any other business? All right, hearing none, meeting's adjourned.
No farewell to summer break.
Farewell, summer break. Have a good one.
In the